Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Umineko, When They Cry, episode 5. Let's also do the Beta TV FFC. So last time, we met some interesting characters. We met Lana A. Knox and her, I guess, Royal Guard? Is that what they called it? But, they're pretty neat. They handle the rules of the mystery genre. So, and then Battler was kind of cool as he jumped out a window to prove a point that it was not a closed room. Yeah, not much is going on. Mostly just woke up not too long ago, and here we are. Good times. 254 impossibles. Okay. We'll see how long we go, because I mean, last time, what was it, 9 p.m. to like 4 a.m., I think? No, 3:30 or something. 9:30 to 3:30. Yeah. So we'll see. It's 11:13 right now. 11:15 right now. Correction. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Is Discord good? I think Discord's alright. I don't know if we're gonna... Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna play after this. That's still up in the air. It's still a mystery. But I'm enjoying my time. I also just ordered a new Xbox controller. So I guess it's the new model, because it has a third button underneath the start and select button. So I wonder what that's about. I thought there was... I guess that is the new model that they put out for the Xbox Series X, right? So... I wonder what that's for. But anyways, oh, let's get the story on the road. Let's continue. So we're still waiting on Hideyoshi to die. Unless the game has changed because Battler's now participating in it? I wonder. Don't know what's going on. What are the rules? And then let's check the log. Spiritual Czars won't get anyone get in the way. Beatrice, yes. Oh shit! Accidentally progress. Okay. In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint in Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. Amidelta's game had passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler considered the present, what was to come, and what had happened so far. To Battler, the act of thinking was itself a battle. Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak... Also, where's my phone? Okay. It's like, that's an important thing to have close. Okay. To Battler, the act of thinking was itself a battle. Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler noticed it too, because though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, she had noticed a silhouette approaching. That's unusual. Not many people are capable of reaching this place. It's her. Lander? Yeah. That silhouette, which walked amidst the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Lanner. Oh yeah, we're gonna check the tips of the new characters. So Lanner we already looked at. So Gertrude, a member of Eisener Jungfrau, the 7th District Penance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. She's a high-level Assistant Inquisitor and a first-class Minister. As an Assistant Inquisitor of Heresy, she is tasked with aiding during interrogations and hearings. Because most missions end up as execution, she is usually assigned the job of using barriers to block the target's means of escape. When it comes to fulfilling her missions, she is calm, flawless, expressionless, and emotionless. However, most of the time she is quite compassionate and is loved by many of her juniors. She has already passed her exam to become a full Inquisitor and was offered a vacant position in a different district, but she refused. She awaits for a reassignment under Lanner, to whom she owes a great debt, and continues to serve alongside her as an assistant. Therefore, though she is an assistant, she is treated as an Inquisitor, 3rd class Archbishop. Whoops. Cornelia. A member of Eisener Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. An assistant inquisitor and a 3rd class minister. She has obtained high grades in academic exercises, but this is her first time on the job. She possesses a strong sense of justice and is currently cramming for exams to become an inquisitor of heresy like Lanner. Her current goal is to become more like the veteran assistant, Gertrude. She normally has a zealous personality, however, she imitates Gertrude and tries to be emotionless. She's too innocent and pure to be involved in heresy hearings, and she doesn't yet know anything about dirty jobs and the dark side of this profession. Gertrude intentionally selected her for this mission, which reeks of a plot within the Senate. The Senate? She wants Cornelia to see for herself whether she's really suited for this kind of work. Who does? Gertrude. Okay. It's just those two, right? I wonder. Did this change? Excels at reconnaissance. One Eye silently speaks to that. Open a contract with Beatrice. I might say this didn't change. I need 45. There she is. Okay. Lambda Delta. I mean, Lambda Delta's the same. Alright, what am I doing? I think that's everyone. Yeah, so Hideyoshi's dead. Or he should be, because we checked the beginning of the game. And Kraus wasn't missing. He was there, right? Waiting for that to unfold. That silhouette, which walked amidst the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Lanner. That was a spectacular garden maze. A splendid way to enjoy the roses. Why are you here? Like imagining like a robot voice for her. It's been some time, Mrs. Beatrice. No, wait. Now it's Mrs. Virgilia, is it not? Long time no see, Lanner. Come over here. We aren't ones to leave the guests out in the rain. Don't worry. She hasn't come to fight. Do you know her? She's one of my old friends from heaven. This really takes me back. That it does. Mrs. Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge in heavenly studies. I've often argued with her over interpretations. Ho ho ho. Many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable. I'd like to do it again sometime. Yes, let's do it again sometime. I'd love to fight with you again. I used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seems Virgilia always behaved properly and courteously. So she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Lanner was one of them. Lanner, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, ducked her head like someone taking shelter from a sudden rain. From a sudden rain and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out, like a guest. Is there any type of black tea you would prefer? Anything. Any tea you make is superb. And how about some Darjeeling? Battler, Beato, would you like some more? Yeah. Beato and I would like a refill, right? As usual, Beato didn't answer. But if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time, There's still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled. So Battler asked for a refill for Beato as well. I've heard the rumors. How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this. She's no longer participating in the game. Lambda Delta is the one controlling the Beato that's on the game board. I know. However, she is the original master of this world. And you are the proper guest, invited by that master. That is why I've come to pay my respects. On the game board, Beato and I met Lanner. But those are the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves. Is that why you went out of your way to greet Battler-kun and Beato here? I see you're as conscientious as ever. That is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Battler. I am Lanner A. Knox. We play opposing roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you. Sure. I am Ushirimiya Battler. Pleased to meet you. Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I am Lanner A. Knox. Beato. She's saying hi. She says welcome. Thank you very much, Miss Beatrice. The witch and the Inquisitor of Heresy, whose job it was to hunt witches, paraded each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Virgilia made gold butterflies sprout from the palms of her hands and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way to make tea. Of course, she actually was a witch, so that scene wasn't particularly bizarre in itself. Though I was a bit concerned about whether Lanner, an Inquisitor of Heresy, could watch such a spectacle. Do not worry. I am not so boorish as to complain about how my tea is served. She's not a Karen? That's great. Even though the tea is being made with magic? There is a tea set hiding in the shadows, and Mrs. Virgilia is making us tea with it in secret. We interpret or judge that it was made with magic, and it is written as such in the tale. That interpretation is allowed by Knox's Ninth. Oh my. I do believe the interpretation of the Ninth is such a delicate problem that it's viewed as a taboo. It's viewed as a taboo, even in the Great Court. Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the head Inquisitor of Heresy said such a thing, it might be sacked. No matter what interpretation I record it with, there are no lies in the taste of your tea. Therefore, I do not worry about how it was prepared. Huh. Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Lanner were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, the possibility had been presented that a tea set existed and had been used to make the tea normally. So the fact that Virgilia had made tea was, in the end, undisputed. Magic that hides the result in darkness is evil. I will not permit it. However, magic that enshrouds the process is not necessarily evil. My foe is evil itself, not magic. I see. The important thing is that you're being served some tea. So it's as common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. That's right. When someone makes tea for you, it's common courtesy to be grateful. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and criticizing how they brew it. You don't invite your guests into the kitchen. And when you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality. Here you go. Careful. It's hot. Thank you. I would like some sugar and milk. Giggle. Still can't drink it straight. I'm a kid. It must be sweet. So then. Is magic a gentle lie? The word lie makes it sound bad. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. When giving a child candy, you can take a crumpled up one out of your pocket, or you can use some clever sleight of hand to take the candy out. The impression given by each method varies greatly. Well, yeah, it'd look cooler if you took it out with a little magic trick. Wrong. There is meaning in the fact that the result, given candy, has been adorned to be even more beautiful and fun. Think of when you give Maria-chan a candy. There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give it to her and slipping it into her pocket and saying a fairy gave it to her for being such a good girl. In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis and pinpoint who it was that slipped it into her pocket. The important thing is the result, that the girl received the candy and rejoiced. And it is significant that it was embellished in a way that made her rejoice. That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you'd deny anything that went by with the name of magic. That is how I act in my capacity as an Inquisitor of Heresy. It is my job. However, when I am away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted. So you set your personal feelings aside when on duty. You do it well. As an Inquisitor of Heresy, hunting witches is my job. However, I personally find witches pitiable. Despite this, I carry out judgment mercilessly as an Inquisitor. In the end, that doesn't change the fact that I sentence witches to death. In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes. So it would be better if I didn't. That's not true. Even if the ends are the same, what's in your heart makes a big difference. Your mother's cookies are clearly more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. That's because you know that they were made with heart. That's right. Even if the result looks the same. Whether or not there's warmth behind the feelings of whoever gave it to you makes a big difference. Is that so? Whether a heart or not is completely meaningless. Lana's gaze fell to her cup, a little sadly. That's not true. After hearing all this, I've changed my view of you a bit. That's why I'm certain the heart isn't meaningless. Virgilia was a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart is the first step towards finding the essence of magic. By now, perhaps Battler has unconsciously started to understand, bit by bit, the essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she felt this faint change within Battler. As for that last fight, thank you very much. I'm grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end. That me wasn't me. Lampedusa was controlling him. I joined in on the 5th game partway through. I still haven't participated at this point in time, so until I do join in, the piece me is probably being controlled by Percusso or Lampedusa. Just what kind of wind's guiding them? Trying to make it look all cool. It maybe looks like some kind of knight coming to save Beato. Lady Lampedusa wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in the draw. With Erica's appearance, the scales tipped strongly in the favor of the human side, so she manipulated the tail in a way that supports Beato. I am aware of that. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them. And they specialize in actions appropriate to their original personality. Therefore, that was certainly something that you, that Battler, was capable of. That is why I'm grateful to you. Feels a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do anything. After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece. Not sure I'll be able to go easy on you then. Leave you a lurk, bud. Have a great stream. Thank you, Waco. Hope all is well. Cheers for the lurk. It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back. Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got. I promise, with everything I've got. Says work in the morning? Oh, okay. Hope it goes by quickly. No issues. Lanner, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. There is one thing I must apologize for. With a sudden sigh, Lantern muttered something. What is it? If it's about that fight a short while ago, it's already over. We both fought with everything we had. The outcome was just luck of the draw. No, it wasn't luck of the draw. Couldn't just let it be, so I came here to apologize. What are you talking about? You're saying you threw the match, aren't you? Virgilia spoke softly, without hesitating in her knitting. That is correct, Mr. Battler. That Mr. is really awkward. Just Battler works fine. Battler. I apologize. We did not give it everything we had. I know. Kinzo's dead at the starting time for all games. Beato has already spoken that truth. In that battle, Battler-kun could only have achieved a draw at best. He most certainly had no chance at all of winning. You're right. Did he just say that the whole fight's already over? Why didn't you use that red? Don't tell me it was because of a stalemate or something like that. Nox is second. It is forbidden for new supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. You cannot use that red truth directly. However, I gave Cornelia, who was protecting the window, red truth that the window was never opened after it started raining. Boom. That's checkmate. Why didn't that girl use that trump card? This is... Allow me to speak. There is no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted. Though she had fought calmly up until that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. I thought she'd been frightened by my sudden attack. The truth was different. Even though she held a trump card that could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated. I don't understand. All of a sudden, in that instant, use of that trump card became forbidden. Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed. The Game Master, Lady Lambadelta, probably interfered. That bastard. So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lambadelta's hand. She made us play out that entire act according to her script. I do not like it. However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but to let you know. Please, forgive me. Still, even though you lost your trump card, you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did. That's right. On the contrary, you should be mad at Lambadelta for butting in. Hello, JP? You sound different today? Do I? Is it because of, me doing this voice for Lanner? Yeah, how's it going, Nara? Hope all is well. Is my mic okay? Is it plugged in correctly? Maybe. Yeah, I almost didn't recognize you. Oh, okay. So is the voice. Gotcha. Kinzo doesn't exist should already be an established fact. Lady Lambadelta and Lady Burkestel should know this well. And yet, they're both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue in this game. It's almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied. I don't know what voice to give first, so I'm going with this, exaggerated robot. I don't know. I was like, normally JP is good at reading. Oh, man. In other words, they intentionally let Grandfather escape. Yes. They must be after something. That is a bit odd. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burkestel should always be in opposition, unless the witch side is in the superior position. It's hard to imagine that those two are conspiring together at a time like this. So, last stream, we saw the first Twilight. We only saw 5 deaths, which were George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji. I checked back at the beginning of the stream because we could see who the 6 were, and it was the same, plus Hideyoshi. But Hideyoshi's not dead, so I'm confused. And Kraus is missing. There's some plot about, oh right, you were there, about the guy from 19 years ago. So that guy's still tormenting Natsuhi, and he says that he has Kraus as a hostage. And Natsuhi has to show up in a room and hide in a closet for 1 hour at 1 p.m., I think? And currently it's 11 a.m. So we still haven't seen how that plays into the story. And I'm curious, why is Hideyoshi gonna die? I guess it would be one of the Twilights, but that means there have to be another one. And Ava's alive. Can't help but think that they have some sort of wicked goal. I came here because I wanted you to know that. So, you came all the way here to tell us something like that? Yes. Which means that my business here is finished. I think I will leave now. The game will probably resume shortly. I must aid Erica during the rest of this game. Lanner gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up. Next is the battle of that second Twilight. At that point, I'll once again raise my merciless longsword. So I ask the same of you, Battler. It's so jarring, this voice. Show no mercy towards me. I understand. If I went easy on you, I'd have my own head smashed in. It's good though? Okay. On the game board, I'm nothing more than a Lady Burkestel's piece and Furuto Erica's subordinate. In the future, we will probably stand across from each other as opponents many times. However, my heart is always neutral. No, please forget that. Such has no meaning considering the relationship between the two of us. It does. There's no doubt you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore. Though that Erica totally pisses me off. Good. Furuto Erica also pisses me off. Lanner's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other. Furuto Erica is a very evil entity. She's lost face with her recent defeat and is burning with a desire for revenge. Even I don't know what she is planning. However, it cannot be anything good. Please take care. JP, have you watched Muno Nanana? Is that Talentless Nana? Because I have not, but I've heard good things. I heard it had a good first season. That is? Oh, okay. No, I know Mr. Owo recommended that. I think he was watching it. Enjoyed it. Talentless Nana. Yeah. The premise seems interesting. You were watching it the other day and made me think of this. It did? The schemes. Well, because it's like Among Us, right? So trying to find the imposter. I believe someone was like comparing it that way. Yeah, Among Us anime. That sounds fun. I might check it out sometime. No guarantees. I think the last thing I watched was the first 4 episodes of Noragami. And that was cool. I heard the second season's like really good, but the first season's like set up, I guess. So, eventually. Yeah, pretty much my focus has been on this game. Noragami is pretty interesting. I like the concept. Well, I like the anime. Like the animation, I should say. Clarify. Because it's Bones, and Bones is a good studio, so it makes sense. Just knowing she's Burkestel's piece tells me I can't let my guard down. Lanner nodded as though satisfied, left the overhang of the arbor, and walked out into the rain. To think I'd serve as a subordinate to such evil. Why was I called to this world? Lanner let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given. And that function is given to them by the one who controls them. She probably can't disobey her own player, Birkestel. Lady Birkestel may be the one who called you here. However, the one who let you into this world is Beato. If this child didn't wish it, you would never have been able to make it through the garden maze and arrive here. Right, Beato? She's still cold and distant. Why? Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me? I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be a subordinate of evil. She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more and thanks for the black tea, Lanner disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. So, no one can reach this golden land if Beato doesn't want them to. Yes, this child is the one who called Lanner here. So that means Angie came, because Beato let it. So, Beato called her here so I could meet with her. However, I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. Yeah, Angie. Right, it's Angie. Okay. In the last game, Angie reached this place by herself, even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato wished for? I'm here. You are here. Beato's here. Lanner was invited here. All of these things happened because this child wanted them to. Even the bit of time you and Lanner spent together drinking tea. Beato, what was I supposed to learn from her? Does it have something to do with finding your heart and letting you rest in peace? Lanner A. Knox, the natural enemy of witches, an inquisitor of heresy, a vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help? By gouging out your heart? By choking the life out of you? It's like, do I believe that she's depressed in all this? Or is this all a trick? Is she still a witch? Please stand. On one leg. Erica's just bullying. Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg, as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back, because she had been ordered to do so. Then with a thump, Erica pushed her from behind with both hands. Ouch. Rude. Cornelia landed on the floor, face first with a thud. Please stand. On one leg. Cornelia rose shakily. Then once again she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to hold her ground. So she had fallen on her face over and over again. Okay, Erica, calm down. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that. Please stand. On one leg. Thump. Thud. Please stand on one leg. Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. Erica repeated this falling torture over and over again. Times like this, Erica hated counting things, so she decided that once she ran out of fingers to count the number of times, she would just repeat it until she lost interest. However, Erica's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued on and on. Erica didn't know why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window. So the whole time since then, she had placed all of the blame of their loss on her. Please, allow me to speak. Forgive Cornelia. She has already repented enough. Oh, is that true? Then please, take her place from now on. Gertrude has done nothing wrong. Gertrude, please stand on one leg. Clasp your hands behind you. Gertrude followed the order and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg. You mustn't resist or hold your ground. You are not permitted to bend your knees. You are not permitted to shed any tears. Got it? As you wish. So many new characters. Yeah. We got Erica, we got Lanner, a Nox, the Grand Inquisitor of Heresy. I think that's what it is. She's basically like the mystery genre chief. She enforces the rules of that. Fancy seeing you back here so soon. Hey, Zyko. How's it go? We also got Cornelia and Gertrude, who are like her personal guard. Or the Royal Guard? I don't know. And I think that's it for new characters. Besides Erica from last time. Yeah, how's it going, Zyko? What was it, like 6 hours ago? Yeah, 6 hours ago. Gertrude. Erica made a show of walking behind Gertrude. She even enjoyed making her wonder when she'd push. At that time, Gertrude and Cornelia burst with a bright light and disappeared. Because Lanner, who must have returned at some point, had sent them back to the heavens for the time being. Erica, who'd had her fun spoiled, gave Lanner an openly malicious look. Miss Erica, I will bear the punishment for all my subordinates' faults as their superior. I ask that you let them go. No, thank you. Punishment only works because it causes pain. There's something interesting about an unfeeling doll girl that I can't leave a single injury on. Literally felt like 2 to me. 2 hours. Erica slowly grabbed hold of the back of Lanner's hair, tugging unrelentingly. Lanner's neck tilted upwards, creaking. You may not cause a physical injury, but you do injure. Humph. As if you had a heart that could get injured, you lowly witch-hunting murder doll. Are you trying to talk back to me? Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Burkestel? No. I got scolded by Lady Burkestel because you guys are useless. Never fail so lamely again. Understand? The hair she had grabbed was stretched back as far as it would go, along with more creaking. This didn't cause Lanner any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erica's ill will. My apologies. Forgive me. Filth. Jeez. With a sound like a bowstring being cut, several of Lanner's hairs were pulled out. Ouch. Then Erica waved her hand about as though trying to brush off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it. Well, that's okay. I'm done. My anger has finally settled down and my little gray cells are tingling again. Please call those 2 useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene. Let's start the reasoning game. Understood. Gertrude. Cornelia. As you wish. Oh. I think we heard this one before. The 2 of them reappeared behind Lanner and reconstructed the crime scene for Erica, the one who had just been tormenting them. Kinzo's disappearance was nothing more than a bonus round after the first Twilight. Let's start investigating the first Twilight itself. But before we do that, did you realize we were actually given a riddle before the murders even occurred? Yes. The letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle, which appeared at 2400 last night, along with a knock by some person. That's right. The tale creates the illusion that the events of that instant would be impossible for any human, making it seem like an unknown witch exists. Let's start by crushing this illusion of the witch. We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia. Reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. Oh, she didn't... As you wish. Hall wasn't, in all caps. The family conference last night was held with the adult relatives in Battler. And partway through, the servants had arrived to serve tea. Let's check everyone's location at the instant the letter arrived. How did that go again? Please, allow me to speak. Before the family conference, Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. Please, allow me to speak. Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, while others were in the dining hall. So I bought some free refried beans, but there isn't any fat in them. What the fuck is the refried part? Yeah, I don't know. It's fake. It's lies. What are you gonna make? What are you gonna use the refried beans for? Tostadas? Nachos? Because the family conference was proceeding and the mansion was completely locked. All other humans were unable to enter the mansion. Aha! That means there was no one inside the mansion who could have knocked and placed the letter there, right? Hehehe. Quesadillas? Quesadillas? Just kidding. Quesadillas. Yes. The witch side will probably claim that the one who did this was the witch who wrote the letter, Beatrice. You did not? What? Ridiculous. A stupid trick. There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there at exactly 2400. It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed there earlier. Isn't that your heritage? Yeah. You clod. It's fine. It's okay. I can say it. Just a few minutes before the letter was discovered, Shannon and Cannon came to serve tea. When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway. You don't think you've had refried beans? What? Does that not exist in Canada? Or... yeah. Maybe one of those not in the parlor, Kraus, Natsuki, or Genji, simply saw their chance right after that and placed the letter there. No wait, it should be possible for the people who supposedly went to the guest house too. We heard that the mansion was locked and that no one outside could get in. But if someone pretended to have gone to the guest house and instead hid inside the mansion, it would have been perfectly possible for them to place the letter there. I mean, maybe I have, but I don't know if that's what it's called. It's got a different name. If you have a lot of Mexican food, definitely. Unless it's like pinto beans. Borracho beans. A lot of beans. Allow me to speak. Blue truth, valid. In that case, the problem is the knock. Unlike the letter, someone would have had to exist there at the instant of the knock. I see. So this is so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed? This is just so ridiculous. Do I think I, Furuto Erica, would surrender to something like that? Giggle giggle. Ha 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 ha. You like beans? I like borracho beans. I guess refried beans. But it has to be black beans. Yeah. Or garbanzo beans. That's another one. First off, we can doubt whether the knock was even something hitting the door to the dining hall at all. For example, maybe a certain pillar on the second floor, which, because of how the mansion is constructed, makes a noise when struck that gets transmitted down the pillar, and that sounds just like a knock on the door to people in the dining hall. Or they could have misheard some random sound to be a knock, and they all misconstrued it in the same way. Or the recorded sound of a knock could have been stealthily replayed from a tape, which might have been carefully set up to go off at exactly that time. Either way, I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock, even if no one was on the other side of the door. How is that, my master? How is my reasoning? That's what she says. So what do you think? Well, looks like your cute piece gave it her all, thinking up these blue truths. So I guess I'll be nice and give it a few reds. Guess I'll start with the latter. We have both the knock made when the bell of the large clock rang out 2400, and the letter sitting there in an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle crest when the door was open. It's so obvious to suspect that the people who weren't in the parlor secretly placed the letter there, right? Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji did not even touch that letter. Wait. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-huh. Then, when Shannon and Cannon came in to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall? Let's say it was Cannon. Wouldn't it be easy if Cannon, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter there when he closed the door? Not a single person in the dining hall. No. There's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at 2400, not a single person placed that letter in the corridor. So then, wait, well... So, Kumasawa, Goda, 3 kids, Erica. So you can't say that no one touched it? Obviously. They touched it when they picked it up. Of course, I couldn't say that none of them touched it. I see. Let's interpret it this way. Someone who existed outside the mansion at 2400 placed the letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand. Then it was moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway. Then they placed it at 2359? That's the loophole. Just as an example, let's say it was stuck to the bottom of a serving cart the servants were pushing. It was simply glued there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time. When it eventually fell off, it became the letter left behind by a witch who shouldn't have existed. In other words, this is a classic trick, where the true sender gives themselves an alibi, but making the letter appear at a different time. Allow me to speak. Blue truth valid. In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall door was just the culprit's good luck. At worst, it might have happened in the kitchen, the corridor, or even inside the dining hall. Oh, good. If it had happened inside the dining hall, that would have been even more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor, and that wouldn't even violate a red truth saying no one in the closed room at the dining hall touched the letter unexpectedly. Well done. If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart, then anyone could be the culprit. That might work okay regarding the letter. However, will that same type of argument apply to the knock as well? Let's try this again, shall we? Please, go ahead. Neither Kraus, nor Natsuhi, nor Genji knocked. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay? It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound or push the play button on a cassette tape. They'd recorded or create that knock sound by any means. Of course, this applies to direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional means. This wedge has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it. Maybe someone other than Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji made that knock, or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock. Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that at 2400, excepting Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji in the second floor corridor, and all the people in the dining hall, no humans existed inside the mansion. Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that in addition to Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knocked on that door. In this sense, knock includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound to try and make it appear that someone knocked. An unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound. In short, this means it was impossible for any character within the mansion to be the source of a knocking sound. And any character refers to even to unobserved people that no one has noticed. So someone was knocking loudly outside the mansion. Maybe. No. Anyone who is in the mansion would also include any unknown person X who had snuck into the mansion. Therefore, it literally meant that it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed. I see. No matter how much I toy with it, it's impossible for anyone except those in the guest house group to create the knocking sound, right? Like me, for example? What if I, Furuto Erica, recorded a knocking sound on a cassette tape and used some kind of secret contraption that started playing at exactly 2400? Of course, I wasn't in the mansion at 2400. There aren't any problems with this, are there? No problems. However, though the knock did serve as a way of informing them about the letter on the other side of the door, I do not think it would have worked if the letter had fallen elsewhere. If the trick in Erica's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location that the letter fell was a matter of luck, because it had fortunately fallen near the door. The people in the dining hall noticed it due to the knock. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far-off kitchen and remained stuck even after they entered. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they'd just imagined. In other words, the knock by itself wouldn't transmit any message at all. It only made it appear as though someone had been there because it was paired with the letter. In that case, the random location the letter fell to the bottom of the serving cart couldn't be connected with the knock. For that letter to be found thanks to the knock, it would have to be reliably positioned on the other side of the door. However, it was announced in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. I'll reword that red about placing it in the correct corridor a bit. No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. This includes doing so by all concepts, such as directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. For example, let's assume there was a device on the serving cart that drops the letter when it stops moving. In this case, you'd think they could predict that the cart would probably stop just once when those two knocked on the door to the dining hall. But by doing so, they'd be cleverly making it so the letter drops right in front of the door. But even this doesn't work, okay? The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. That would mean Shannon and Cannon, who were pushing the cart, had indirectly and unintentionally placed the letter there. So even this is no good. Furthermore, setting it up so that the letter peeled off with the passage of time would mean that the people pushing the serving cart had coincidentally and unintentionally placed the letter there. Of course, this is also no good. It's a lot of... This is... I don't know. A lot of explanation. But I guess they gotta do it. Repeat it! At 2400, only Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. What if someone in the dining hall didn't exist in the mansion right at 2400? For example, what if they slipped out a window just before? With this wordplay, it might be possible to get around the red truth. Repeat it? Even though I'm nice enough to give you all this red for free, aren't you being a bit greedy? I'm not an idiot like Beato, so I won't go around saying everything my opponent tells me to repeat. I'll give you a full body massage in a bath with marshmallows and Conpedo sometime soon. I forgot to look that up. Conpedo? What is that? Oh, that candy. I see. I'm not a fan. Okay. Smuggered. I'll give you a full body massage in the bath with marshmallows and Conpedo sometime soon. Enough to rub your skin off. Hehehe. Now you've got to keep that promise. Slurp. Okay then, here's a freebie. I'll respond. At 2400, only Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. In other words, no matter how much they struggled, those 8 people, including Erica, could not have existed inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. And at the same time, no matter how much they struggled, those inside the mansion could not have existed outside the mansion. Well... yeah, I don't know. Never mind. Looks like little stars, right? Never heard of that? Yeah. I think I've had them before. Because they look familiar. But it's been like... ages. In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you just stuck it there out in the open, maybe no one would notice it. This way, it would certainly fall in the corridor. You can slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did this. Good job, me. Please, allow me to speak. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway. Please, allow me to speak. Know that the letter never touched the serving cart. Who cares about that? Anyway, some human outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there. We tried to use that letter and the knock to argue that Beatrice exists. It definitely won't work on Furuto Erica. Please, allow me to speak. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the family conference began. Then someone outside the mansion set up some kind of device before the family conference. Something other than the ceiling or the serving cart. Maybe the letter was on the table the entire time? Or was this there? They didn't see it. Allow me to speak. Blue truth invalid. Why? That's the only way, right? Invalid? Someone outside the mansion used some kind of device other than the ceiling or the serving cart. This game got more characters in One Piece and Naruto combined. How many we're up to? I wonder. So 18 plus 1. 19. 20. Well, do we count these? I guess so, right? 20, 21, 22, 23, 30, 31, 32, 33, 30. Wait, do we count? Erica's already counted. Shit, so that's 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 38 so far. Plus, we got Angie's characters in the future, but I guess that's done. There's a bunch there as well. Someone inside the mansion used some kind of device other than the ceiling of the serving cart. Allow me to speak. Unless you can specify or theorize as to what that something might be, your blue truth will not be acknowledged. Allow me to speak. All of Lady Erica's blue truths regarding the letter have been lost. They've all been lost, you say? Watch your tongues a bit more, unless useless furniture. If I can just think of that device, it's an instant checkmate. What do you mean, all of them? What do you mean my blue truth is invalid? How dare you say such a thing to me? The detective. Furuto Erica. Erica's face twisted. These words that seem to deny Erica. No, Erica's reasoning were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her. Miss Erica, why don't we postpone the riddle of the letter for now? Your blue stake about someone outside the mansion playing with the cassette tapes is still valid. If it was possible for sound, then perhaps it wasn't impossible for a letter as well. As Erica made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Liner stopped her with those words. That's right, my blue truth regarding the knock is still valid. It's not true that everything's been denied. My master, I will solve the riddle of the letter without fail. Please, allow me to postpone that for now. However, I will definitely figure out the riddle of the knock here. I've hit you with the blue stake that someone outside the mansion set things up with a cassette tape, or something to make a knock sound play. You really are a cute kid, piece of Burns. Lots of spunk. Anyway, Erica's yelling that you forgive her because she solved one of the two riddles, even though she resigned on the other. So, will you forgive her? Sure. Normally I'd never forgive my own peace for the shame of surrendering. But if you've managed to solve one of the riddles, I guess I'll let it slide for now. My master. When Burkestell said she let it slide, Erica couldn't hide her relief. Then it's time to get punished, Erica-chan. None of the characters misidentified a knocking sound. Oh? What's that supposed to mean? Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of the tape with a knocking sound on it, and not a knocking sound. So that's no good either. In other words, every one of them would correctly recognize the knocking sound of something truly hitting the door. They definitely wouldn't mishear it. It's totally impossible that any sounds except hitting that door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock. Well, what the? But that means, at the time the bell sounding 2400 went off, no one existed who could have hit the door. They don't exist. After all, the Golden Witch Beatrice hid it. Cackle, 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 cackle. So in other words, there's no way to make it work unless you actually hit the door. So what about this? There was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker that made it possible to knock without touching the door with your hands. To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand, right? I won't accept hitting it with some device. They heard a knock at the same time as the 2400 bell. At that time, everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it. And none of them misinterpreted the knock sound. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were not involved with the making of a knocking sound. No one else existed inside the mansion. And knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a hand. She's so smug. Yeah. Hey, Burn. What do you think of my red? Don't you think this is pretty simple and enjoyable despite being before the first twilight? The Golden Witch made her graceful appearance with a knocking sound. Giggle, giggle. Giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. This really is riveting, Lambda. Wouldn't have it any other way. Yes, how amusing. Ha 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 ha. The two witches doubled over, laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world. Gah. My master, don't worry. If you just give my little gray cell some time, I'll definitely reach an answer to this pitiful red. You're nothing but a lowly piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the piece tray and gather dust or something. Useless pieces are painful, even to remember. After all, Burn's pretty forgetful. If you don't try a little harder, Burn's gonna forget you, okay? He'll collect dust in that forgotten piece tray, waiting your turn that'll never come. I imagine that'd be pretty harsh, don't you think? Don't worry, Lady Lambda Delta and my master. I promise that I'll keep you entertained and never let you down again. Oh, how reassuring. Guess you're my double after all. Then make sure you really are giving your all in more ways than one. If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you. As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. There was no room for Erika to step in. If she contented herself with that, she would literally have no place to go, and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erika endured this with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who ignored her. And with both fists clenched, she thought frantically in search of some kind of breakthrough. I'm the detective. I'm Furuto Erika. I'm the piece and double and servant of the great Lady Burkestyle. I'll definitely make her satisfied. Satisfied. Definitely. You showed me a battler. How dare you? Humiliate me so. As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, looked like someone had told her to go stand all alone in the hallway. So we're back to them. With the crime in the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about breakfast. So we now had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. Even Goda-san's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday, provided no comfort. I mean, it was just herb omelets, right? Several empty seats. I mean, it's good, but, you know, prepare that a whole day. The several empty seats quietly burned at us with a painful sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal, that felt like a visual. Erika suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere between relief and insanity, as though she'd made some groundbreaking and strange discovery. Hey, what's up? Are you okay? I've got it. Did you think I wouldn't understand? Yes, I've got it. There's no way something that stupid could happen. Wait, what? With Idiot's expression covered in cold sweat, Erika glared and lashed out at Battler. What do you get? There's no way you jumped down from the third floor study. Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph's hand go up into the third-story window, you closely observed the construction of the outer wall and realized that by cleverly using a rain gutter, it might be possible to go down the courtyard from the third-floor window. You didn't jump down. You used a rain gutter or something clumsily wriggled down the outer wall. What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, what's your counter-argument? My counter-argument? You don't have a counter-argument? My truth is valid, right? Hey, did you see that? Trying to look cool and making it look like you jumped down was all an illusion. You just jumped out and latched onto a rain gutter. My argument then was about whether it was possible for Grandfather to escape from the study, right? And it was possible for Grandfather to escape through the window. All I did was prove that. Whether I jumped down or crawled down, that doesn't change anything, does it? Don't try to change the subject. A mere human can't jump down from the third floor. Did you see that? Did you see that? What do you think of my reasoning, my master? Are you tired or something? Just calm down, eat some food. When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erica said. His hand had slipped halfway, and he had fallen from a considerable height, but he had managed to land on his feet. No one had witnessed this, but most likely, everyone in the dining hall, now except Erica, had realized that something like this had happened. Since the very beginning, no one had believed that he jumped down from the third-floor window, even if they hadn't witnessed that directly. So they had no clue what Erica was complaining about all of a sudden. He started to whisper, staring at her with cold eyes and dubious faces. You can't counter that, can you? You jumping down has already been denied. My truth has won. My blue truth is valid. My master, please, acknowledge this. I'm not incompetent or a disappointment. I'll match up to your expectations without fail, so please, don't abandon me, my master. Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erica spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. You could even feel the earth shake. That was kind of loud. At the same time as that sound, Erica went limp and fell into her seat, like a puppet who just had all its strings cut. And then as the sound of wind and rain slowly filled the room once again, Erica slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Then she continued eating in silence, as though nothing had happened, as if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erica just stand up suddenly and yell something strange at someone? Automatically enough to make one doubt their eyes, Erica continued eating quietly as though everything was perfectly normal. When they saw how ordinary she looked, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, but they must have just seen some illusion of Erica suddenly yelling. So Erica's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memories. Erica quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear. Thank you very much, great Lady Brunkestel. And Verudo, Erica. I am my master's piece and her double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale. Also, my laptop died. Hold on. Here we go. Alright, and we're back. Just have to re-put the password and plug it back in. It's great. I love Chromebook. Okay. Alright, gotta restore the tabs. I think it's good. Okay. That's right, when it comes to utensils, knives and forks are pretty primitive. Chopsticks are the best. Don't you think chopsticks are the easiest way to eat salad? Well, everyone? So she had a reset. So now what? Oh, we're getting close to 1. It's 12, 37, 8? 12:38. So maybe we're going to see what's up with the Nazi. Butler-san returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, right? Yes, that's right. Drowsiness was finally starting to catch up to us. We decided to take a short rest and then start up again. Hideyoshi's still alive. It's weird. To smoke out the murder of the first Twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out of the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was impressive. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she played the detective. It seems Erica is also steadily building her foundation. It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny her existence. Kinzo escaped through the windows, now one with the mists of Rakanjima. She most certainly won't be able to capture or deny him. When all is said and done, perhaps you could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard. In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's been stowed away. Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first Twilight. They've been stowed away too, right? Yes. They've been put away in my darkness, which lies between this world and the next. And that detective wannabe won't be able to find them? Of course she won't. It'd definitely be impossible for a human. Want to check? Just in case. And we also need to re-examine what Lady Berkestel's goals will be from now on. If you know your enemy, you need not fear for the outcome of 100 battles. If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting. Coo. My. Gap opened up a large hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and Renove to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time of this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as where is this and what time is it have no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No, perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. Captured pile? Then, through the pitch-black world, a glow like a faint spotlight shone, and 5 corpses came to view. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently even Gap had respect for the dead. Oh my. There are 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight in this game, not 6. Oh, it's you, teacher. I was worried about where you'd gone. The game has already reached the first Twilight, and as you see, the first victims have appeared. So it's finally time. I'm getting all excited. And I see. The you that is here looks to be in high spirits. I'm pleased. I've got high spirits in a captivating body. Add in my charming disposition, and you got my only strong points. Wahaha. For some reason, Virgilia praised Beato for being in high spirits, though Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden. She pounded her chest and answered. Virgilia had been absent often during this game, She might even have been absent when Battler solved the epitaph, as well as during the uproar that followed. Apparently she'd been absent for so many critical points that she didn't really understand much about what had happened so far in this game. Right now, 5 corpses have appeared. As you can see, their necks have been slit. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. All 5 of them had had their necks sliced open by something sharp. The wound opened wider than their mouths. It made it feel as though they'd no longer need their mouths to breathe. I see. So, anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead. Red? Well, there's no point in me holding out against you. That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it's absolutely impossible that they're just playing dead. Why did Leo use the red? Who knows? However, she was always thinking of what's best for Milady. She probably has some idea in mind that will benefit her. But they'd hid the corpses here, specifically so that no one would be able to use the red. However, Renova's right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. A slightly displeased expression rose to Gap's face as she saw that the corpses she'd gone to such lengths to hide had now been confirmed dead and red. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged. So is that for our benefit? Why did you have Gap hide the corpses? As to that, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal. How would concealing their corpses protect Natsuhi? We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be. This is probably a trap meant to corner Natsuhi. Most likely they'll sort through alibis for the first Twilight and find them for everyone except her. Last night, Natsuhi-sama was the first to leave the family conference, and then rested alone in her room. Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning. Shabao? What's up, Psycho? Lit? Hype? Lol? I've already made Kinzo's existence impossible to deny. However, there is a single move remaining to our enemy that might cancel that out. I see. So they'll corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist. Indeed. The enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated. Noticed that trap of theirs and countered with this move. The corpses disappear. Everyone has alibis and no one exists who could have moved them. Not only does this support the claim that a witch exists, it also throws doubt on whether there were actually corpses in the first place, just barely allowing Natsuhi to escape being a suspect. In other words, it's possible for Natsuhi-sama to claim that the sacrifices of the first Twilight were only playing dead. You mean, even though many people confirmed their deaths without fail in the cousin room? Mere confirmation of facts doesn't even approach the red truth. No matter how much everyone claims to have truly witnessed their deaths, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake, some sort of trick, or she can say they were all lying. It's possible for her to do this over and over to buy time for herself. In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual check is a valid move. An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims. Not pretty. True. However, beauty is something to be sought only after victory. When those without victory seek it, it is not but poison. Well, they do say might makes right. Wahahaha. Even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring. I see. I've managed to grasp the flow of this game. I imagine it will get quite nasty. We're fully aware of that. And we already know that Natsuhi is probably about to be lured into yet another trap. A trap? Indeed. Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who calls himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuhi. She was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room in a few minutes at 1 p.m. and hide there. Kraus was taken hostage, so Natsuhi can't resist. I see. How relentless. Can you protect her? Of course. After all, Natsuhi isn't the culprit. No matter how much she's treated as the culprit, both the truth and phantoms are on our side. There's no way we'll lose. Cackle, 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 cackle. Oh. Natsuhi threw her cup of tea to the ground in protest, expressing the anger that flowed throughout her entire body. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you suspect me? You told me you left before anyone else, returned to your room and didn't leave that room until morning. However, if you cannot prove that, it doesn't count as an alibi. Proof? How could I possibly do that? It doesn't matter how. Objectively speaking, it'll all be fine as long as you prove it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I want you to stop being so hostile and give me your alibi, along with proof. That's right. Almost the whole night is blank space and time for Natsuhi and Nesa. She might have left the conference saying she wanted to rest before us, then gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others. Please don't be such a fool! Why would I kill George-kun? And on top of that, my own daughter Jessica. Calm down. We're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence. Yeah. We've been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night, so that we could clear up the suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspected, Natsui-san. If it frustrates you, then shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence? The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming all the facts, but except for Natsuhi, who was uncooperative when it came to proving alibis, everyone else had an alibi that was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that even being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive. That's ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further. Oh, so what are you going to do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence? Let's check something. Okay. As if you could. Give me George back, murderer. Stop it, Ava. Natsu-san, you're probably a bit tired too. Same goes for us, of course. Why don't we take it easy for now? She's in the closet and then Hideyoshi gets murdered. Gotcha. So who's dead? So far it's just George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji. But at the beginning of the game we know that Hideyoshi's gonna die. Because he's one of the 6 that's confirmed dead. And Kraus is missing right now, so he's probably dead. So he would be part of the 6, but we don't have a confirmation on that. Seriously? We're a little too high-strung. On Natsuhi, where are you going? The children, the fans, yeah. No ooh-oohs to this game. Searching for alibis or the corporate would be truly laughable at this point. When the typhoon passes and the police come, everything will be exposed in about a day. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play at being detectives. Am I wrong, Erika-san? Generally speaking, you're right. However, I do have the authority to do this. Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was no authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. I'm leaving. I have no intention of going along with your pointless questioning before the police come. If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I'm counting on the police to clear away that suspicion. It may be a bit late to mention this, but then again, I guess this happens every time anyway. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsu said the police would be coming, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat would come tomorrow, and they would use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway. Giggle. Natsu-san, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Perhaps it would be better if we all stayed here. Why not let her? This might make for some very good proof. If Natsu-ne-san gets killed in her own room, that'll be excellent proof of her innocence. Quit it, Aneki. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow. We're going to take a break. We still mustn't let our guards down. Got it? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow. Natsu. If you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight. Close the windows and shutters too, and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone, and more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims. Thank you, Battler-kun. Then I'll return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know this is a horrible situation, but see to it that our guests have everything they need. Yes, madam. I shall do so. With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern. That the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuhi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken hostage. Very soon it would be that promised time, 1 p.m. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow that order, then claim that she'd been forced to do this for her husband's safety. When the promised time had drawn near, Natsuhi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband, Kraus, has been captured, I must protect it, even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I'm prepared to do so. I am Ushiramiya Natsuhi, even if I'm not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes. Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. In her heart? Wait, what? That's an episode 1 thing. He didn't say that this episode. I've managed to get this far, but plausibly dashing away in a rage. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wonder if it's locked. The servants are normally ordered to lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I dashed away from the others, pretending I was returning to my room. Hopping back and asking the servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If I can, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. And that phone call from the one who claimed to be the man from 19 years ago. He said I would win if no one found out, but lose if anyone did find out. He said my husband would be released whether I won or lost, but as a person with the hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. When I softly gripped the doorknob, I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then he'll... All that about hide-and-seek might have been a mere excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here a secret, and all the others think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, I might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one that occurred this morning. We are number 4, Bish? Number 4? What do you mean? But that might actually turn out for the better. Perhaps this is a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Natsu had some experience with using a naginata, though only casually. Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. All the emotes. Top 4 states on vaccinations? Oh, okay. Nice. I don't think it's still available for me yet. If she was now, she had no realistic chance of challenging a man with malicious intent and winning. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't just stand around the corridor and risk being seen by someone who's number one. The atmosphere inside the guest room was frigid, and she could sense no trace of anyone waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. At first, this seemed to prove that there was no one here to threaten her, but soon, it only made an uneasy feeling rise up inside her, even more strongly than before. The closest was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers for coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. Not even have like a Game Boy or something? Last I read, your neck of the woods is on 6% rollout, so, well, I mean, you know, stay safe. Of course, Psycho. I'm not leaving. I mean, I've left the house, but I didn't go to public spaces. The room had a wooden floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She'd been sure someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. In the worst case, she had even imagined that her husband's corpse might be inside there. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. The only thing there was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet that silently urged her to enter. He told me to hide in here for an hour? He's mocking me. Her Nazi, she doesn't have a Nintendo Switch to play with for an hour? Nazi shrugged, turned around, unlocked, and chained the guest room door. This way, no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek. It surely must be a total victory in the hide and seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory it made her feel uneasy. Normally this would be against the rules of hide and seek. Even if she had won, wouldn't this displease the culprit? Now, everyone thought she had returned to her room. If they found a room with the chain set, that would make it an impossible closed room to them. Erica dashed throughout the mansion to confirm alibis or something. If she noticed that the chain set was on this room, there would probably be an uproar that would end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happened, Nazi would be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy to honestly confess as to why she'd been hiding. However, that man had insisted that she not reveal that. If she did talk, she might endanger her husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no, even the lock, might be a bad idea. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become unlocked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says. I hate doing it, but I cannot disobey. You can, but, you know, I guess. I undid those two precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. They reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I'll crouch down here. I thought about clutching my knees, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I was made to sit on the floor holding my knees in every PE class as a grade schooler, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just crouching down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. Bad for her knees. Ha! Can't believe I'll be hiding in the darkness for a full hour, with nothing to hear except the wind and rain. Ironically, Natsuki had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it when Jessica was a little girl to scold her for her persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson. She thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would spout a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that this way, she would understand what she had done wrong. It almost feels like I'm being made to do the same thing. If that's the true purpose of this hide-and-seek. How naive of me. It was Jessica all along. She's the culprit. She wants Natsuki to suffer for that one time. This must be my naivety. Hope that if their goal was to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. I did it! You did it, Psycho. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit hid an eerie card with autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. But how? Did they know that autumn is my favorite season? How unsuddenly. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I never said it out loud. I don't think anyone's ever heard me say it. 25% chance. If I asked even my husband what my favorite season is, he would probably be stumped for an answer. No. Just once, I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. Oh? Shannon's the culprit. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. So the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Shannon. The fact that I like autumn can only be known by Shannon. In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. That card with autumn on it is proof. Outrageous! Even though she served the family for 10 years. I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once say that anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within the crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened. And I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a vital clue for turning things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's an accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. A weak-willed girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll secretly tell the police about this. Might become a big clue towards arresting the culprit. That card was probably meant to shock me and get me to do what he says. But he's actually dug his own grave. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like autumn. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Everyone's just using the red truth. Though I once thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it's actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I wasn't given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I'm almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still can't guarantee that my husband is safe, but I'll definitely get him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I clenched my fists tightly and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Rattle, rattle. At that time, I heard the sound of someone trying to force the locked door open. My heart leapt. No, it was unlocked. The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard that quiet voice, as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but had ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Once again, there was the sound of the lock turning, and now the door opened with a faint sound. Why? It's Hideyoshi-san in this room. Footsteps that sound like his came in, and there was a sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me. Hideyoshi-san. Is the mastermind? Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? It would take some time to unlock the door from this side, much less remove the chain. If Hideyoshi-san doesn't intend to let me escape from here, it won't give me enough time to undo the chain. In that case, if he opens the closet door, it sees me crouching here pathetically. Just what kind of fearsome words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please, keep going into the center of the room. My head was so filled with a throbbing sound that it felt like it was about to explode, and I almost missed hearing but his noisy footsteps. Just when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. Just in case. In this weather, it's pretty much night out there anyway. As he whispered, he did something that made a clunking sound. It was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case. In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When we left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders have occurred. The weather's bad. There'd be nothing abnormal if someone chose to rest in the guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety is the proper course of action to take. But why is he alone? And where's Ava? When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk, so he flopped over on the bed. It was surprising how much of the situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably isn't true. He probably planned on me hiding here. But Hideyoshi-san coming to take a rest here must have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might be odd. But it also might guarantee my own safety. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. If Ava-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of this closet now while he's still alone. Reveal everything to just him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. Until my husband is released, I shouldn't do anything rash. Should I go out and talk, or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the urge to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the traitor who is observing me is nearby. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is the traitor, but that's no proof that Goda and the others aren't. It's all useless. I guess leaving here and confessing is too dangerous after all. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears, trying to hear that strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry, now that he was all alone like this. Thinking that he needed to support Ava in her distress, he acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he has as good a right to cry as anyone. And at his funny place, where no one can see his tears, he finally let himself do it. And I've lost my daughter. I haven't seen her corpse with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes it feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still cannot let myself do that. It isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I'm the final head of the Umineko family. It's been completely overshadowed by the recent uproar, but last night, Battler-kun found the hidden gold and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent his ascension as the head. When everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Umineko family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I'm the final head. Battler-kun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Umineko family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I'm the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. In the closet, I silently hung my head as I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs. Oh? Who are you? Huh? My heart leapt. I heard a sound that must have been Hideyoshi-san, who had probably been lying prostrate on the bed, bounding to his feet. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a sec. Wait. He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who on earth could it be? That scared you? Yeah. That's right, Monka. No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit. They're probably trying to take Hideyoshi-san's life. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? If I can't help him, shouldn't I call for help? No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding here. However, if Hideyoshi-san gets killed like this... No, now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, I'll certainly be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. So was the person hiding under the bed? I was vibing and suddenly Hideyoshi, right? Hideyoshi-san's life and my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try to weigh those against each other. At that time, there was a loud sound as the door opened and the chain was pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Dear, it's me. Could you open up? Ava. Dear? What? What's happening? Dear? Open up. Open up! Open up, dear! Someone! She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Ava-san called for help in a loud voice and raced through the hallway. By this time, the room had settled back into a silence. And that earlier sense of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san. In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible. So why are they hiding in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean that the culprit is hiding his breath? Standing just outside this closet, waiting for me to stumble out? I don't even know what I should be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. What should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Eventually, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approach. I'll hold my breath again and melt away into the darkness of the closet. Ava dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goto was gripping some wire cutters to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. Dear, We're going to open this up. Cut it right now. Yes. Goda stuck the large wire cutter, which looked like it could slice off a whole finger through the crack of the door, and easily severed the chain. Dear! As soon as it was severed, Ava pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Ava, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Ava's moans that they were too late. What the hell? Dear. Dear! Dr. Nanjo, look at my husband, quickly. I'll do it right now. You've got to be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No, there's no one here. What could have happened? Dear. Dear. Natsu's so screwed. Yeah. So who's hiding under the bed? Because they're not checking. Hideyoshi. His corpse was found in the guest room on the first floor of the mansion. A demon stake had pierced through his back. The tip of it reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down on the bed, it is unthinkable that this was a suicide. I'm afraid to say, there's nothing I could do. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural. Because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back, something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Ava pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake. Its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It's a half ruler. 6 inches. That had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might even have pierced all the way through to the surface of his chest. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go on alone? Stupid. Wow. The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard. So he still hasn't had enough blood? So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion? And coming after us? But there's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed. That's right. The shutters are all shut, and the door chain was set until a second ago. Huh? But that's crazy. In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi-san in this room? It was Erica. Maybe they threw the stake through the crack in the door. Hideyoshi-san's bed is in a total blind spot from this crack. Couldn't even kill him with a gun. This really is strange. It's a closed room murder. A closed room murder? It's a bit too early to be sure about that. Maybe he removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it. Or maybe you can close the shutters from outside. Oh hey, the shutters. They didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked. Erica. It's no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erica had split from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. When she heard that a crime had occurred in this room, she had watched everyone rush towards the room, but circled around to the outer wall herself. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutter was down on the window. That you couldn't do anything with it from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Is the inside of the room just like usual? There's no need to say it like that. My deepest condolences. So, what's the situation inside the room? The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered. And all the windows have the shutters down. They're locked tight from the inside. What are they bickering about in there? Ava was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently she wanted to carry the corpse to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible, until the police came. What happened to the other corpses? The culprit carried them off somewhere, right? Maybe that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the corpses. So no way. No way we're leaving my husband all alone here. Ava does have a point. After all, the victims before now have all been carried away after we were shown their terrible wounds. Lol. Erika-chan. You'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide? Do whatever you want. All I'm interested in is the fact that a closed room has appeared that's much more serious than Kinzo-san's study. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please. Crime scene? Yeah. There's been a murder, Psycho. Balor's expression was clearly unhappy, but she ignored him completely. Did I miss something? Just a murder. Feel free to carry that corpse out anytime. Or am I in the way? Erika backed away from the door to open a path. She showed no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed with thoughts of this closed-room murder that had appeared. Wow. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Ava and some others wrapped Hideyoshi up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph carried him out. Was jabbing to some music, and I come back and shit hits a fan? How could you let this happen, JP? I'm sorry for just hiding in the closet. The sheets were quickly stained red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the corpse. Hey, out of the way. Yes, I'm out of the way. Let's go to the parlor. Yes. Dear. Wah! Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group. You must not let yourself be isolated. When the culprit attacked Genji, he probably got a master key. It's clear that even locking up will no longer make you safe. But even the chain was set. How did they do it? It's impossible. The shutters in the chain were firmly set. Even with the master key, it had been impossible to force her way into that room. It must have been Beatrice-sama's doing. Oh! There's no way Beatrice-sama did this. The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ceremony. Of course we can't understand it. This would be impossible for anyone except a witch. Impossible for anyone except a witch, you say? Good. It has a nice ring to it. Erika-chan, are you listening? We decided to stick together from now on. First, we're carrying Hideyoshi-san's corpse to the parlor. Can you hold off playing detective until we get there? When she heard the words playing detective, Erika grimaced visibly. Then everyone stumbled out, and she took a single step into the now empty guest room. Looked around and burned that scene into her eyes. Erika claimed to have a photographic memory. That was true. Those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing the photograph of the scene inside her memory, playing the part of an armchair detective. It's weird that they didn't check the bed and they didn't check the closet. Then suddenly her eyes stopped in the closet off to the side. Oh, okay. The closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. Oh no! Erika's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective. Didn't you ever learn how to stick together on school field trips? Battler, you fool! Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies. Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Come quickly. Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erika followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat covering my cheeks might be unnoticed, it finally ended. With my hand that still couldn't stop trembling, I slowly opened the closet door and dashed out into the hallway. It's okay. No one's found me. So it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock it behind me after I left. They'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. Yes, if I don't get back soon, a new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it. They'll probably do it shortly after they carry Hideyoshi-san's corpse back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly out, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly, before they try to force their way in. I don't know whether I should run all out noisily, hide my footsteps and walk in secret, or walk around normally, as though nothing has happened. At the very least, it'll be bad if I bump into them on their way back to the parlor. Anyway, I'll head to my room, at a quick pace, without being noticed by anyone. Feels so stressed for her, right? Pass through the hallway. To the lobby. If I go up the big staircase in the lobby, my room is just a little bit. Natsuhi-san. No. Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsuhi heard Erika call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped. I was just about to go and tell you the news. Thank you very much. Did something happen? Just now, Natsuhi-san. You were climbing the stairs, right? Your room is upstairs, isn't it? Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsu cursed her bad luck. GG, it's over. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor. But I wasn't sure whether I'd locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a worrier, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that sort of thing does happen a lot. It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their memory. Normally, since Erika was clearly making fun of her, Natsuhi might have looked annoyed. However, right now, Natsuhi was extremely relieved to hear Erika admit that this sort of thing happened a lot. Why are you by yourself, Erika-san? I thought I'd investigate that guest room. Guest room? Yep. This situation's gotten pretty serious, hasn't it? Investigating the scene of the crime is my right. Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuhi's eyes. She could tell. Erika already suspected Natsuhi. Judging by the subtle nuance in her words, she must be planning to make me slip up and reveal that I know about the crime with Hideyoshi. When I supposedly haven't been told about it yet. Natsuhi played dumb and asked what had happened again. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. This is just a repeat of the first crime, isn't it? What do you mean? Again, you're in your room. And again, you can't prove your alibi, can you? I don't know what you mean. To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room? Ah, that. Well, let's take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone. I'll come back after I check my lock. Please, get started without me. Hideyoshi-san has been killed. We'll be talking about that. What? She had planned on using the need to check her lock as an excuse to escape to her own room. After which, she would claim to have a sudden headache and stay in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to postpone that and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion just because she'd been seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuhi gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone glanced at Natsuhi with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected Natsuhi. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi. This must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling closed-room mystery and try to frame her for it. However, she couldn't have resisted. She couldn't sacrifice her husband's life. And while it's true I hid in the closet, that's all I did. I definitely haven't committed murder. I might be extremely suspicious, but I'm not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure until then. I'm sure one of the servants is a traitor. Even in a situation like this, if I mention my husband being held hostage, the culprit will hear and might use it as an excuse to kill him. Hatsui-san has just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all. Something very important? Yes, it's very important. I'd like to lay out everything in front of you, all, starting with the first crime. Then please do that with just the others. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested. Since I have it all laid out, it's a very important thing to discuss. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse. What? Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuhi reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to. Oh, sorry. Could you close that door for me? Yes. Shannon and Ken closed the door. Since it had been decided a short while ago to lock all doors and windows carefully, Ken unlocked it. That lock, which existed to protect the safety of this room, felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuhi. One that would hold her in place and prevent any escape. Natsuhi still hadn't noticed. Though Erika had gone to the corridor to check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In other words, from Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly checkmate. Erika said that suddenly. Mercasel said that suddenly. Oh, fast. Wow, so you figured out the culprit already? You barely got into any of the crimes, right? You could have just let me kill a few more and gathered a few clues to yourself. Okay, Lambda, gather all the pieces. Now we're getting to the most interesting part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest. Well, let's see. Why don't you show me what you got? Giggle, giggle. To think she'd laid down the challenge without waiting for game set at 2400. What a hasty person, that Lady Brickerstell. It is quite an early challenge. To think that she's already managed to obtain a winning hand at this stage. Normally you can win by just claiming that a witch exists, but with Natsu and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this time. Sounds like this fight will be a pain. It's no problem at all. I won't let them do as they please with my golden island any longer. Bring it on, Lady Brickerstell, Furuto Erika. Nope. Not that face. Not a fan. In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time that Battler had joined in on the 5th game, and control of the pieces would be passed on to Battler. In other words, he would only be officially added to the game now, in this final stage, where Brunkenstell had pinpointed the culprit. So he had left the arbor a short while ago. Now, the only ones in sight were Vigilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beato, who just sat there blankly, amidst the smell of her black tea. Not even putting the cup to her lips. Vigilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see. I believe it's safe to say, but at least in this game, in the game over, who the culprit is, Battler has gained such strength that he will never surrender again. In the 4th game, you had sent him all your messages. In other words, at this time, Battler-kun is capable of realizing the truth at any moment. However, he is still soft in some ways, so even if the game continues like this 100 times, he won't solve it for all eternity. He'll just wander forever, like someone trying to find the blue bird. And that is you, Beatrice. It's the same for you. Even if this game continues hundreds more times, you will never reach the answer you seek for all eternity. Brunkenstell will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also turn this game about with the utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now, to end Battler's naive softness, to end your hesitation. And that's why you called the two of them here, to end the eternal torture between you. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat, but no matter how it goes, that result has already been filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced Beato, whom she had come to adore as a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake. Beatrice, how long do you intend to stay there? Neither alive nor dead, not rising up to heaven, nor falling into hell, there on the peak of Mount Purgatory. I am Virgilia. I have guided him through Purgatory and brought him to you at its peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven, or grab him and fall into hell. Did you know that the discord called Purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, is sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the residents of Purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven. Hope that cannot be abandoned. And it tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than the single pin known as hope. Fly. Fly from the cliffs of Purgatory. Take with you the regrets caused by your fleeting, fragile, foolish hopes and open up Pandora's box. Are you scared? Scared of opening the box? Beato was silent. But with a single tear, she nodded slightly. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? The time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, quickly hold a funeral for it and have it rise to heaven. If the cat is alive, quickly feed it and give it all of your affection. Whether it is alive or dead, your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. The key to the box that you were afraid to open has been brought to you by those two. Beatrice, it's time for you to die now. I hope that your heart is stopped by the hand of the person you desire. Oh man. Oh, what's gonna happen? How does this work? Oh, it's even there on the logo. Interesting. Also, what? We are... Whoa, okay. Wait, what? We're already at 2400? This is it? Guess everyone's dead now? I guess so. That's weird. Oh. Okay. Well, let's do the BRB and then see what's up with this. One memento. Alright. Now we're back. So how does this work? Do we just skip the second Twilights? I mean, that would be like valuable information to know, right? I guess we'll see. This song's a bit much? No? Not a fan. Let's see. Okay, we can go back. Hope that your heart is stopped by the hand of the person you desire. At least after 5 minutes of it. Gotcha. All the pieces from the game board were gathered. All the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. Oh? That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. It was a strange, strange place. It's weird though. I wonder, did people know that there were 8 episodes when they were playing this? Welcome back. Are they gonna go Ace Attorney now? I wonder. They probably did. Because I know for the next series, they know that it's 4 phases. So I wonder. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was. Because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. The pieces, have they all been gathered? Yes, they have. Well done. What a show. I wonder just how many people there are here. No matter how many we see, every being outside of the 18 is a phantom. Making you acknowledge them is what my game's all about. Cackle, cackle. The 3 witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the Game Master, Lambda Delta, and on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Burkestel and Beatrice, facing each other. Below them, Erica ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully. Great Lady Lambda Delta, we thank you for granting our request for an assembly. And Great Lady Burkestel, my master, please look forward to it. Though it may be only for a short while, I will most certainly make my master forget about the poison that torments her. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. But expect no less from my double, my peace. Erica and Burkestel exchange cool smiles that make anyone want to avert their gaze. Listen up, witches and humans. We hereby announce that with this assembly of witches gathered, the Court of Illusions will now begin. The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken within such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower. Your lives and roles as they correspond to this game are over. The 5th game is now closed, and the 2400 answer session shall begin. Well, I'd like to get started quickly, but why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first? After all, there are so many people here. Hehehehe. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new commander of this game. Burkestel, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's illusion of the witch. I am the Endless Witch Beatrice. My goal is to claim my own existence and to protect Natsuhi and Kinso. Battler-sama, you come next in rank. I'm Ushirimiya Battler. I'm fighting against against the witches. That's all. As I believe you know, you joined in on this game partway through. By the time this assembly of witches opens, you have yet to participate. Do you understand? I get it. You probably mean I don't have the right to speak for a while, right? Thank you for understanding. Even though Battler held a rank near that of the witches, he sat on the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony. You might have said you were my arch enemy. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Humph. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. I almost said I was fighting against Beato's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beato has been my only enemy. But right now, Erica and those witches who started toying around with Beato's tail are also my enemies. Who should I fight and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'll calm down and coolly watch over everything. I'm the detective and the one who called for this assembly of witches, Furuto Erica. I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and stick a charming period on the end of this tale. Erica greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again. I'm also looking forward to it. Okay, remaining pieces. Introduce yourselves in whatever order. Humans, introduce yourselves, all of you. When 45 urged him to introduce himself, Kenzo stood up. I'm Ushirimiya Kenzo. I slipped out of the study window and am hiding somewhere on Wakanjima. Ushirimiya Kraus. Currently, I've been captured and I'm being confined somewhere. I'm Ushirimiya Eba. I'm alive. I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushirimiya's too, so I'll leave off the family name. I'm Ushiro Rosa. I was killed on the first Twilight. Jessica. I also died in the first Twilight. I'm George. I also died in the first Twilight. Maria. I died, but look, here I'm talking. See? Dying is a big deal, right? I'm Ushirimiya Natsuhi. I'm alive. Gah. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Kirie. I'm still alive. Nanjo. I'm also hanging in there. My name is Genji. I passed away on the first Twilight. I'm Shannon. I'm still alive. I'm Canon. I'm also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I am Kumasawa. Pleased to meet you. Now, on to the witches. Everyone, introduce yourselves. No? This is fancy. Virgilia's group could also be seen. Unlike the floor Beata's group was on, the second floor had a balcony that looked like raised audience seating. So fancy, right? And they sat there looking down as though they were at a theater. My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's teacher. I'm Gap. Making corpses disappear is my job. Renov. I'm in charge of making black tea. Pukuku. I greet you in the name of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the second Twilight. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Let us then have Lady Erica's furniture introduce themselves. Gertrude. I'm an Assistant Inquisitor of Heresy. Cornelia. I'm an Assistant Inquisitor of Heresy. 2 of them could also be seen on the second floor audience seating, set apart from Virgilia's group. Then Lanner, who was seated between the 2, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place. Lanner A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erica's primary assistant. I like this recap of all the characters, right? It's pretty nice. After 5 episodes. Oh? Battler. I expect much from you. Please don't disappoint me. Let's just both give it all we've got. Most of the time, there will be no need for Lanner to step forward. However, when the witch side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have Lanner convict them. A miracle like the one in the study won't happen again. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Chester Sisters, Imperial Guards who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this assembly of witches. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Since the introduction of all pieces, a total of 38 people are present here. Oh, I did get it right. It was 38. There are 38 characters in the 5th game, but if you added all the pieces from the previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. Yeah, that's true. This game, which has so often been likened to chess, now has far more pieces than a chessboard. Very well. Then I guess we'll get started. Let the person who called this meeting begin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goat. Refill my drink. And some popcorn for me. Yeah, that's right. The one who decided demons ought to eat popcorn when watching a play was you, after all. Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso? Mustard miso? Erica, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, my master. Leave it to me. Order. Silence. At the sound of her voice, the JPChivalry Corps straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. There became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly. As their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty, the room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Amidst this heavy silence, there was a sound of footsteps, as Erica walked out into the center, where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar, and carried a single plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair. I, Furuto Erica, will make an accusation. The murderer of the 5th game is... Ushirimiya Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit. Wrong. Erica pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi waxed all alone, shook and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic. Chester sisters, please take the defendant to her chair. Understood. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me. 45 and 410 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back, and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chester sisters were surprisingly strong, and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. I, Furuto Erica, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushirimiya Natsuhi. Beato, of course you'll be challenging this, right? Naturally. I'm the Ushirimiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furuto Erica, I challenge you. I'll take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master, and tear them apart. But Beatrice... Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear a crime you have not committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight. That's true. I'm Ushirimiya Natsuhi. I'll confront any challenge that would disgrace the Ushirimiya family. I mean, she could have killed Hideyoshi, but I can't imagine her killing Jessica. So that's why. Giggle. How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bully kid in every single fragment. So, Burn, make your claims. I, Burnkastel, claim that a human, Ushirimiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game. And you too, Beato, okay? I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit. Burnkastel, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes. Listen, witches and humans. 2 claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit a human, Ushirimiya Natsuhi? Is the culprit a witch, Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth about the 5th game will disappear into darkness. If Erica wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped from the game board. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle that must not be lost. Are you prepared? And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This has always been just what I wanted. If Erica wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Beato is fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she'd been fighting for her life. It had always been a life-or-death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. Ricardo flick. That's dirty! Erica alone has nothing to lose if she fails. I wonder. Lady Burkestell is not a compassionate person. Can't imagine she'd give warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectations. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Burkestell would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erica is probably fighting for her life just as much. Two claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall, and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches. I cannot be stopped, JP. That's fine. Okay, no problems. Get started. In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsui-san. Except for the victim and Natsui-san, all of us were in the same room, correct? It really was simple. Except for Natsui, everyone had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive. I mean, yeah. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate. I'm telling you, that's a mistake. Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit. We know that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait, the scene of the murder was a closed room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic. I'll explain the closed room trick, the how done it, later. For the time being, I'll start with the who done it. Because of the aforementioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san regarding the murder of Hideyoshi-san. I guess no one died afterwards if they all stayed together? I guess? They tried that before, though, and they got split. Well, I guess. Maybe they all survived. Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this. I agree. It's the fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. When it comes to repeating things in red, they'll check to see who's in the room, and you'll be cornered. They all went to the bathroom together. Dude, that'd be a fun situation. Is there a bathroom big enough? Probably. It's a mansion. Probably. Lady Lampedelta is the commander of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified, and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. Or no, they just go to the bathroom inside the parlor. Yeah, there we go. However, in this closed-off Rakanjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Ew. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth. Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi-sama is the culprit. Before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements. It's not good at all to move forward with the Game Master suspecting us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lampedelta, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game, and we are skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Don't worry now. Here against JP for the foreseeable future. Dead. Cancel. Overreach. Execution. What? They just went to the bathroom in the parlor. It's fine. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder, and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course. Bye, JP. No pooping in the parlor. Oh, man. It's a gross image. But no, don't counsel me. Not yet. I haven't transferred the VODs to YouTube yet. Objection. In the process of prosecuting the culprit, chronological order has no significance. Objection. Furuto Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of the events. Well, I'm not a fan of confusing things myself. I accept Beato's claim. Erika, start with the first twilight instead of jumping to the second. Definitely saw Erika click her tongue. I understand. So, this is a way of telling Rakajima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, met Beatrice, reached the peak from which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world. This is that thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilia. Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place. As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the Bronze Tooth trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy. Then I will follow Lady Lambdelta's orders and start from the first crime of the first twilight. As you know, at 2400 on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning. The culprit is Usherman Natsuhi, because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. Damn. Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit. I cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit, as long as there are other people without alibis. So bright. Whoa! The claim has been made that Natsuhi is the only one lacking an alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock. This is being used as basis to claim that she is the culprit. However, as long as the possibilities exist, it is impossible to conclude that this is the case. Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house? Oh, that's nice. So we can take our time here. Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa, Genji, Kraus? Oh, we could just answer this, I guess. Okay, so this is for us then. For Battler? Battler can't be the culprit. He can't kill. So it can't be him. Nanjo? Probably. Goda? Yes. Kumasawa? Yes. Genji? Genji was in the dining hall. 2400 and 1 o'clock. I mean, Genji was... Oh no, he was in the second floor. So he could have been. Could have been possible for Kraus as well, but why would he kill Jessica? It was crime also possible for other people in the mansion besides Natsuhi. Yeah? Because, well... Right, because, I mean... Anyone could have... Yeah. Oh. Is it possible for George and the others were actually just playing dead? Nope. The Red Truth said so. Is it possible that there was a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Reach the second floor without passing through the lounge? Yeah. There's the windows on the second floor. And one of the windows is kind of silent. I mean, if it wasn't locked. But... Is it possible that the crime was committed before 2400? Yes? Because, I mean, George, Maria, and Jessica were in the guest house. Whenever they went to the guest house, that's when their fate was sealed. It's possible that the crime was committed after 3. That's also possible. Because, I mean, Battler didn't really check to see if they were dead. Until he woke up at 7. Is it possible that the crime was committed outside the time span of 2400 to 1 o'clock? Yes. Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock? Yes. Right? I'm gonna say yes. Alright, well, that's cool. That we get to, like, play along. So let me check something. Okay. Let's go. True. Erika's gonna call Natsuki suspicious so confidently. She's first got to show that everyone else has an alibi. Right, Burn? Yes, of course. Oh, wait. For the George Jessica Maria murder, it has to be after, what was it, 1 a.m.? It was 1 a.m. because that's when Rosa left. So after 1 a.m. is when they died. Right, Burn? Yes, of course, Sarako explained that perfectly. The culprit is not Ishimiya Natsuki, because we'll prove that everyone else has an alibi. Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. For this case, you'd like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were there. Isn't that right, you two? When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsuki's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsuki, who was in the defense chair, kept her soul the whole time, and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. Yes, that is correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room. Well, look at my age. Staying up all night would be a heavy burden. So I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed right away on my own. Yes. Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Okay. Goda claims that he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin room and commit murder. Nonsense! Why would we do something like that? That's right. How could I ever kill someone? We cannot conclude that Natsuki is the culprit. After all, was the crime also possible for Kumasawa and for Goda? Natsuki said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuki in her room. Both of them lost their alibis. Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. First off, following dinner, Kumasawa left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the waiting room, and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder. Humph. So we're finally here. I see it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much. They glanced at where Lanner sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Lanner just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes. Repeat it. We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis. We refuse. Might give a hint to an enemy. There's no way we'd answer. Aha! Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof? Good point. What do you say, Burn, Erica? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis? Fall back, Erica. My opponent is Lanner over there. A mere human like you can be no match for a witch. No, there's no need for Lanner to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will now be denied. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for it, okay? In response to Erica's... New track? In response to Erica's challenge, Beato smiled boldly, yet gracefully, and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony. Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. Interesting. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin room to commit murder at any time. Unless you could deny that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuki as the culprit. Beato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun. A human like Erica can't use any red. How could you turn this around without calling Dr. Lanner? Though Erica cannot use it, her master, Lady Birkestell, can. You mustn't let her guards down. Blue truth valid. What do you do, Burn? Will you or Lanner step in instead? It is still not my turn. And it is not Lady Birkestell's turn either. Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Furuya Erica will defeat you, Beato. That's 3. Because you'll be defeated by a human, we'll know. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman phantom. Giggle, giggle. If we really could do that, it'd be totally entertaining. Very well, Erica. Let's see what we've got. Explaining it for the first person, Kumasawa-san, it's extremely simple. Kumasawa-san, Saren. Yes. Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the waiting room? No. I was sound asleep until morning. I really was. The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Ava-san and she told me something very interesting. I tried that out myself. And what exactly is that? You don't mean... That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in his study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between the door and the frame. Oh? Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to Kumasawa-san's waiting room? Erica was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that. After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost. Erica held a small, folded piece of brown paper high in the air. After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still set. Therefore, I could prove Kumasawa-san's alibi. Kumasawa has an alibi. Okay. So she's gone. Good. A wonderful alibi. Not a single gap. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erica, went to the waiting room to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. The proof Erica had shown was elevated by Brunkus saw and became red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beato. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Ho ho ho. Then what about Goda? Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way. Then when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. At that moment, the seal was still in place, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room. Afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was on the second floor, so I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up to the second floor. Erica's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m., and Erica has proven his alibi from then until 3 a.m., since she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And Erica has also proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. I gotta guys get some sleep. Bye, JP. Have fun learning what happened if they reveal it. Will do. I don't think it's gonna be revealed, but we'll see. But yeah, have a good rest now. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Goda has an alibi. Alright. It's not those two. Red truth valid. Well done, Erica. The alibi due to your seal on that door has been acknowledged by Byrne and elevated to the status of red truth. What is this, Microsoft Paint aerial ass screen? That's the mysteries of this episode. Or at least for the first murder. Thank you very much, my master. I'm the detective. I may be human, but I can use the red truth despite that and surpass humans. So now you claim to have surpassed humans. It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, conceited brat. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at 2400. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Battler-san went to the mansion with the relatives. I, with 3 cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san, remained at the guest house. I've already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-san, and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousin room. I actually joined them for just a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at the time. My master, I ask that you repeat this. Yes, I'll respond. 2400 in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive. In the second floor cousin room, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that? No murder occurred before 2400. Okay. We guarantee that George's group is dead. So then that one's gone. And then that one. Okay. Thanks for repeating that, my master. If we hadn't made these things clear, we might have started going on about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis. Or that they weren't actually dead at all. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with that simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erica's alibis. Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said that in the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before 2400. To go even further, at 2400, Natsu, Kraus, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive. We confirmed that those thought to be inside the mansion at 2400 were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum. It has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1, excluding Natsuki. This isn't something Erica observed, but we can't move the game forward without settling. Very well, I'll acknowledge that red truth. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master. Since Erica had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story. That someone had snuck out of the dining hall and that they might have committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red text, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back. Damn it. Very troublesome. To think we would be put at such a disadvantage. This is almost the exact opposite of Rishi's fights with Battler. In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there are some vital differences. First was whether or not Beato was the Game Master. The Beato who fought against me was the Game Master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Beato isn't the Game Master. It's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Also, though Erica may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Bernkastel. Even though she isn't the Game Master, she's capable of elevating Erica's statements to become red truth. Because of this, Erica can use the red truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the Game Master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use. And yet the detective Erica can use the red truth. The advantage was completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my demands that she use the red. But in the beginning, she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Bernkastel is different. She fully understands the rules of this game, and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And because of this, I knew. In the past, Beato went easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other. Cackle. This has become quite an amusing fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Battler once stood in. Beato. In the past, I've insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much worse than this. Cackle. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. Can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yes, let's switch to a different approach. Next in line would probably be Nanja. He was also in the guest house. Nanja was in the lounge with Erica. However, I believe the time periods before and after that have been left open. That's right, I'll strike there. Nanja, you were relaxing in the first lounge of the guest house with Erica and Goda, correct? Was the crime also possible for Nanja, who was in the guest house? Yes, I was with Erica-san the whole time. And during what time was this? From 1 AM to 3 AM. Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 and 3. Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repeat it, my master. I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., Erika, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beato told her to, she responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters apart from Natsuki have had their alibis established, the illusion of the witch is also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain. Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too. That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika from 1 to 3, but what about before and after that? What about that, Erika? Yes. First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until 2400. And then I went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo. That's right. At 2400 I met Erika-san after she came down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre, and realized that I found a kindred spirit. When I went to the library to solve the episode's riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there, so I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the library and we talked the whole time, constantly until we moved to the lounge. Cramped though it was, that book's storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. And it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kenzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Nanjo. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again and of course reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants. I see. So from 2400 until 3 a.m., when you went to sleep, you were with Nanjo the whole time. That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's it exactly. My master. Repeat it. I'll respond. After 2400, Erika was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m. 2400 that the crimes in the cousin room still hadn't occurred. So this way, an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge. After that, we walked out of the library and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned. I then told Goda-san about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest. So while she was in the library, then the window was open, right? Or unlocked. Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. Are those two girls the nightmare bearers of this game or something? Yeah? I'll say yes. The Monokumas. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge, up until 3 a.m., have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems there. Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Battler-san returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. After Nanjo, Battler-san, and I went up to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. By this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room at the same time as Battler-san screaming, and checked to see that the door to Dr. Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both for before 1 and after 3. Nanjo's an alibi. What about the windows in their rooms? I could have snuck out. There goes Nanjo. The alibi screen is so jank. Just pops up. Splendid, Erica. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect. Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erica until 3 a.m. And he didn't leave his room after 3 a.m. until morning. Straight up Arial bold, right? Just like, bam. They did the same thing in Higurashi. Erica made use of the seals on the doors, and was granted red truths from Burkestel one after another. For me, demanding that Beata repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics. But it's totally different for Erica. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants. This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems? I do have a problem. That problem is, Beata racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erica's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beata kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erica on something. But her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking. Beata's complaint is rejected. I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. Alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven. Wait a sec, Erica. Are you trying to leave me out of this? Bushiroman Battler also should have had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. I'm not gonna let you skip past this part while ignoring me. Oh? At that time, an arrow, twisted like a golden snake, and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. Battler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned. Ow, damn it. Yeah, I understand, Battler. My apologies, forgive me. Erica, you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who was sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else? Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house? Beato's right. You can't go skipping Battler like that. My apologies. I had completely forgotten. After Battler returned at 3 a.m., I went up to the second floor with him, and I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at 2400, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Cackle, cackle. Well, if you say you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin room, then I accept it, right? Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? What? I, Furuto Erica, can prove that Battler-san returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m., that he went straight to bed afterwards, and that he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation in the room was in, and let out a scream. Nothing happened in that room. So you have no need to worry. Battler-san isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning. Yeah, it's enough for me, Chief. Get her out of here. Yeah, she just heard the breathing. So that means it happened after 1 to 3. Okay. So between 1 and 3. That's insane. It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that with those seals you love so much. How can you prove this? That's ridiculous. At that time, I entered the room alone. Erica probably went into her room too. How can you say something like that as though she saw the whole thing? She never said she saw it. The room Erica was assigned to, where was it located? Erica, please tell me. How can you prove so much about Battler? Giggle, giggle. I expect no less from a true detective. True detective? Matthew McConaughey? My room was right next to the cousin room. There was only a single thin wall between them. You don't mean... you put your ear against the wall? To check what was happening in the cousin room? Yes. My ears are perfect. Right after Battler-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happened. You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean... Yes. I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink. She's gonna pass out from exhaustion. Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Till dawn, she had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin room, like some kind of creepy, venomous spider clinging to the wall of the darkened room. Bernka still alone was grinning in triumph. Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who would receive the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight. Yes, so just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened. Erica has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with the tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erica's ears, either to kill George and the others or make those wounds on their throats. It was impossible for Battler to commit the crime. But say it in red, though. It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Yoshimiya Battler returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room. In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. The red from the pair forced Beata to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant that the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. Since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as 2400, the time period of the crime automatically became between 2400 and 3 a.m. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. had also been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3. Well, so there's that one. So it's gotta be the 2403. That one hurts. Or the 1 to 3. Alright. That one hurts a lot. To 2400, Erica was in the guest house the whole time. So it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others. But now, all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between 2400 and 3 o'clock. And since she can prove those alibis... Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m. We have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. The people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before 2400. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3. Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between 24 and 3? Yes. order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. Still, this is getting pretty difficult. Until 3, Erica was in the lounge. You have to pass through there to reach the second floor. In other words, she's practically like a manager for the guest house on the second floor. This tactic may be a bit overused, but if it was possible for someone to go up to the second floor without Erica noticing, we should be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone. It's probably possible for a human to climb up to a second-story window if they really wanted to. There you go, a window. Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way. And Burkestel must have thought this as well. Battler. Nanjo. Goda. Battler, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa. We realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I've already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house, and to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. That way, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it. Beato finally struck back. For now, she let Erica take total control, and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth have been few in number, even including this one. Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I couldn't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first, I must prove that my lookout was perfect. First off, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing from the lounge. There are no places under cover, nor are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master, repeat it. It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. Good, my master. So next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can't be rolled out as impossible. But I can't let you do that. Huh, you won't let me? And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window. That's true. I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry to the second floor. Prevent entry? I had already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she would be so persistent. Because of how the guest house is constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside to the second floor. The locks? Not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were open even once. After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. Why would you do this, though? Don't tell me. You use that seal of yours on all the windows of the guest house. In that weather, just like that? Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here. You're insane. At a house where you're welcomed as a guest. You did something like that in the middle of the rain, even though nothing had happened yet? For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece. It's like cheating. In the middle of all that rain, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the wall herself, He did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. Although after hearing that she listened to the cousin's room all night long, without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This would probably also look like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling over the outside guest house wall during a storm. Jesus. You... Just what do you... think of this Ushimiya family? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest? To a detective, the Ushimiya family is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the layout of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who don't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night. Furthermore, at the time the crime was discovered, Erica confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erica wasn't the first one to reach the cousin room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the red troop. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis. My master is perfect. All I did was prove everything perfectly by following my master's orders. Well done, Erica. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? Doesn't this prove that Erica's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis? Say it in red, though. You didn't say it in red. Genji Kraus. That's a he. Yeah, it's gotta be 24-3. I acknowledge it. Erica, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. Oh? It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. And impossible to reach it at all without Erica, who was in the lounge, knowing about it. Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So you know what's coming next, great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to a single hour between 2400, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m., when a party in the lounge started. But what about Rosa? Ooh. Gah. Ah. I've already said it, but at 2400 I went down to the lounge, hit off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective. After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap. To make it clear that to all that only Natsuhi didn't have an alibi between 2400 and 1. In other words, it paradoxically means this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin room and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between 2400 and 1. Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit this description. But Rosa, though, at 1. I guess. Oh, okay. They're cutting that out, I guess. It should have been a crime whose time and location completely unknown during that long night. But because of the alibis Erica had constructed, it had been limited to the time period between 24 and 1. Erica left the cause room at 2400. That makes the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1, it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method. Damn her, and from a mere human. This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour. At this rate, there won't be many suspect pieces left. Damn it, Lady Burkestelle. Nicely done. Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I've got more than enough cards in my hand. Giggle, 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 giggle. Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between 24 and 1. That shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's start with 24. At this time, Natsu, Kraus, and Genji are in the second floor corridor, and all the others are in the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my Master's Red. Yeah, that's right. At 24, Natsu, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor, and as you know, there was a mysterious knock, and a letter with the one-winged seal on it appeared. The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1. I will say it with the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1. Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion for 1. Wait. Since the possible times of the crime had been limited between 24 and 1, the adults in the... That seems weird. What about the Rosa thing? The adults in the family conference, who were confirmed not to have left the mansion between 24 and 1, all had proven alibis. And how do you intend to prove that? Erica's in the guest house. Could someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals in the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof. The red truth is simply truth, and there's no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter argument. You made that rule. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea. It even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were these 3, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If Kraus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit. Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, but you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and was then killed himself. And furthermore, though he was in the second floor corridor at 2400, he then returned to the 7th room to transfer the phone call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated. I guess. Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the... I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the waiting room. That's just a cold, hard truth. Without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it? She crazy too, huh? Then at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference. Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushimiya Eva-san. Please, rise. Yeah, she crazy, yeah. Oh? Erika-chan wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night. She's the person who taught me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion. During the break at 1, I went to Genji-san's waiting room and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, if that wasn't broken, it would mean no one entered or left that room between 1 and the next morning. Now Kennen-san and Kumasawa-san, please rise. Ken rose expressionless and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly. In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal and opened the door, correct? Yes. I thought it was some kind of prank. I didn't think deeply about it at the time. I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal and enter the room? Yes. With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Ava, Kennen, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 AM, Ava sealed Genji's waiting room. That seal was broken by Kennen and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. This will be a pain, so I'll add on some more. During the short break at 1 AM, the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Ava. Until Ava returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After sending Rosa off, Ava went to the waiting room and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all at this time. This is all information gathered from the people involved. It isn't a red truth without a basis. It's a truth due to proper reasoning constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation, such as collecting fingerprints, were used here. After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure vault with all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to a red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details. As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study, and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into a red truth by Birkenstow. She didn't explain all the details, but she obtained the results that were convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder, component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe and various chemical reactions from the cleaning rainwater. Erika just walked into someone else's study several times, and used several chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That's the power of the detective's authority. You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll tell everyone I meet, if someone claims to be a detective, never welcome them into your house as a guest. That's probably a good idea. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst element of misfortune out there. Because of this, it has been proven that it was only possible to reach Genji's waiting room and commit the crime between 24 and 1 AM. And furthermore, by Erika's investigation, it has been proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin room. It had already been made clear in red that, after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room. Because of Erika's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying, Genji never left the mansion after 2400. Because of this, it had been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. Genji has an alibi. Now, only Kraus and Natsuhi remain. Everyone else has had their alibis proven, haven't they? Impossible. Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish. That's an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. Ushimiya Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband. Fool! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband? Beto, Natsuhi has denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Or wait, don't tell me. You aren't going to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me, are you? This crime was impossible for Kraus, who was in the mansion. Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, Beato should have been able to argue against these alibis of Ericus in several ways, using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Burkestal and Lambda Delta as red truth, and Beato no longer had any room to argue. It's like those witches are distorting things so that they match with the plotline Ericus drawn up. That's right. If the Game Master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepted the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth. There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait, you can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuki was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call. Do you suspect Natsuki and Kraus, Bat-Raccoon? Well, Ericus' truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. Though the witches did conspire with her, it has still been acknowledged as a red truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built solely on lies. This means that even Ericus' truth is supported by logic. The truth about Natsuki and Kraus being culprits is also very possible. Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies, it'll make sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that is just as valuable as truth is. Which of those two truths will you believe? That is up to you to decide. No. I'll trust Aunt Natsuki and Uncle Kraus. I realize they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it. On this game board, where the red is steadily cornering Natsuki, how do you intend to let her escape? I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. Aunt Natsuki was just caught in a cowardly trap. Erika's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is aiding the true culprit. Erika has accused Aunt Natsuki of being the culprit. But even if everyone here believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the one person who trusts Aunt Natsuki. If everyone believes it's her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine, all alone and taunted by liars? I don't like it. If no one else will believe in Aunt Natsuki, then I will. The real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone accepts it. It's something you find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsuki up as the culprit. Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuki's case, right? Wrong. Beato is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. She isn't gonna beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the commander of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika's. Can anyone create a truth where Natsuki isn't the culprit, without violating the rare truth that Lady Burkestal has shown? I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuki is the culprit, there's gotta be a different truth. It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was a witch. That's better than having Natsuki be framed by an incorrect truth. So, no matter how much red truth we are shown, you don't believe that Natsuki is the culprit, correct? Yeah. For all things, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. How can you be sure that there's nothing on the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes, you can deny neither the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. Space bunnies? You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believe there was a civilization on the backside of the moon. But that was in elementary school, and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived on the moon, and I threw away that belief. I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon. So I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. Now, everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuki is the culprit, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Aunt Natsuki is innocent, despite a lack of proof? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe the real truth only appears if we look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Aunt Natsuki is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief. Understood. And I will give you just a single red truth. I will give a single bit of power to you, now that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense. Power. By the name of the finite witch, Verdilia. No, as the former witch Beatrice, I will grant you this red truth. Ushimiya Natsuki is not the culprit. There we go. A plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will suspend her pursuit of Natsuki. From then on, the investigation will proceed, assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit. What do you do, Beata? At this rate, Natsuki's in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon this Ushimiya family honor thing, Bern will be kind enough to let you get off with the draw, okay? Kraus is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he's no different than a cat in a box. It has disappeared into the mists of the island. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Mercastel claims that Kraus is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory can be in almost perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. The Beatodes loses to die. In this game, she should always choose a draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage. No. I won't allow you to treat my husband like the culprit. My husband is the successor to the Ushimiya family headship, the only person who will inherit the glory of the Ushimiya family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal. Are you sure, Natsuki? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else, in other words, Hempel's Rainbow. Even without any evidence, it will determine that you are the culprit. And if I'm the only one left, what then? I am Ushimiya Natsuki. I will not run or hide. I am innocent, and I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies. With a dignified voice, Natsuki stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Mercastel had intended. Natsuki refuses the deal. And you, Beata? You understand, right? The instant Natsuki is specified as the culprit, Lambda will make her verdict. As soon as that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear into the mist. Do you plan to let Natsuki's foolish bragging drag you down to the depths of hell? Rish! You fought well. This is our chance. Convince Natsuki and try to work out a compromise. Both Lady Lambadelta and Lady Mercastel have boredom, not you, as their true enemy. They probably want to have this game repeat and play some more. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Nazi of this game? The Nazi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that, right? Nazi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one. That doesn't apply to you, milady. I believe you know what Lady Birkenstock plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Birkenstock's deal might be our one and only good option right now. Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue have won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? But which gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece? That which dies. My apologies. But I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you doubt and abandon it yourself does it disappear. Is that your answer, Beto? Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushimina Kraus is not the culprit. Calm down, JP. Ushimina Kraus is not the culprit. Oh, if it's not Kraus and it's not Natsuhi, then who is it? Whoa! Fool. I won't let you take that back, okay? It was me all along, damn it. Psycho, why'd you do it? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Birkenstock, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Ushimina Kraus is not the culprit, and he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone. Get it? Oh. No. Dear. Birkenstock's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. Didn't think this girl was gonna be not so crazy, but she cray-cray, just like the witch, huh? All of the witches. The only one that hasn't gone super crazy is Renove. And I guess Gap, but Gap is close. She could be crazy. Wait, there's more? There's more. He was totally merciless. Natsuhi had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Kraus was alive or dead. But she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. Need to treat TV tropes this time? It's a lot. I'm very curious what they have to say. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband, and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushimiya family. No, even after all this, one thing still remains. If her husband has been lost, then right now, she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ushimiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor, for this final bit of strength. Nope, it's all over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 181. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi. But why is it confined to that hour? Like, she doesn't have an alibi, but that doesn't mean that she did it at that time. Well done, Erika and Bernkastel. You fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushiro Miya and Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At 2400 on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushiro Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, one after another, during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m. Let me tack something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus. Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Nazi could kill Kraus. A revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between 2400 and 1. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushimiya Natsuhi. From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice and the Switch, this court of illusions hereby denies your existence. You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi? If you can do that, Natsuhi will stop at being one shade short of absolutely guilty, and the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game. If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi? Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence, no matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her. I'm the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof. The truth is known only by the Master of the Night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I'm Ushimiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I'm the head of the Ushimiya family. My determination will not bend, no matter how you try and humiliate me. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the family crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How do you intend to disprove the existence of this honor with your evidence and alibis? You cannot. The Ushimiya family crest engraved in my heart is immortal. Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all their strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lamadelsa's face. Erika had constructed a truth that Lamadelsa could accept. That no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erika's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth. Even if it happened to be different from the real truth, the truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges it as true. Sheesh, stop howling already. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and bluff like you do, it's such a killjoy. In that case, I guess I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to smash that bluff wide open. What do you mean? Stop it, Lady Bernkastel. Hasn't it already been overwritten with the truth you wish for? That truth and Nazi should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please. Natsuhi. When did Kenzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Kenzo from your delusions, weren't they? You know, the real Kenzo. Not once in his entire life did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart. And not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest. When that heartless announcement was made, Kenzo stood up. Natsuhi, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Don't let your pride as the final family head be forgotten forever. Natsuhi. Just shut up and disappear. Miserable delusion of Natsuhi's. You cannot erase me. You cannot erase my soul. Not as long as the crest is engraved into Natsu's heart. That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Kenzo wouldn't say that. Disappear. You, the illusion of Kenzo inside Natsuhi's mind. Beautified by Natsuhi to suit her own purposes. Wah! Nah. Natsuhi. Whoa! The bright red flash of lightning smashed Kenzo over and over again as he screamed. And there he goes. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. Coffin, please. The fierce emotion had left Kenzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model. And so, he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. That's right, the true Kenzo. Never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kenzo never once considered allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Because of course, Kenzo had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kenzo that appears in this game is nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Every part of this Kenzo, he believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was a phantom created by Natsuhi. Pitiful woman. You will now face the truth, that you never gained Ushiromya Kenzo's trust as long as he lived. Wow. Natsuhi. Don't cry. Kenzo. You trusted the Ushiromya family. To you, right? No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello. Or met her gaze even once. Really? Wow. Good job, Kenzo. Ooh. Ooh, ah. Natsuhi's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last, faint element had cheered her up until today. That had allowed her to endure as Ushiromya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushiromya. Those difficult days, those painful days. Those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite it all. The very few happy days among these. All of these flitted through her mind, one after another, and disappeared. All those once beautiful memories were then crushed by Burgestell's red truth, smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands, and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth. That is all. Just because the karma exists as it does. This level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika. What do you think, everyone? Delta clapped. Then a bit later, Burgestell also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless, wax figure-like audience followed suit. and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. And then Butler comes in, right? Oh. What's going on? Looks like I got a text message. Oh, okay. Spam. It's like I want to continue, but at the same time, because I don't know how close we are. I feel like there's more. We have to wait for Battler to fight back, right? Because surely he's gonna fight back. It's not gonna end like that. So yeah, I think we'll end it right here. Damn. I want to know, but I also gotta go to sleep. Oh, no way. 3:19 at the same time, really? Okay. Good job, me. Consistency. And those started later today. Yeah, that'll do it for me. I feel like there's still a lot to be done with this episode still. There's no way it just ends. But yeah, that is the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm probably gonna watch Higurashi first. So sometime after 11 or noon. So probably at the same time as today. That's what happened today, which was like noon to like 5. Probably. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Catch you guys later. Have a good one. It's good. It's fun. I just want answers. It's fine. I'm enjoying the ride. It's been enjoyable. Yeah. Catch you all later. Have a good one. Bye.